All right, testing, testing, testing. Get the noise suppression on there. All right, that should be good. Anyone over on YouTube, feel free to let me know if my audio needs work. I'm gonna pop up the chats. Okay, got that one. Popped out that chat. Oh. Shit. Okay, hold on. Yeah, shit. How do I do this part now? Sources, there it is. Boom. Yeah, sorry, I gotta do this. Twitter. Paste that, and copy and paste that. Okay. Twitter is now on. Broadcasts. Create broadcast. Copy. Come on, Twitter. Alright, I give up on the Twitter thing for now. Whatever. I guess we're not going to be on Twitter today. Yeah, Twitter's platform is just broken. Super annoying. Like for streaming too. Okay, so back to where we left off yesterday. Yeah, we're gonna have typos. We're not doing that part yet. We're still working on the graphs. All right, so that's the hash distribution. Let's look at what we're doing here. Yeah, no worries. All right, so if we change that to time, hold on. I might have messed up what we're doing here. Value key is that. And what up, Dren? What if I refresh? Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing 20 right here for this first graph. Wait, what the hell? Oh, I see. Yeah, lower bound and upper bound are not integers. They are floats between 0 and 1. I feel like value key is not being done the right way. Oh. Because we're not passing it through. There we go. All right, that's a bit better. And man, yeah, we're getting close. We are getting close. We just had a bunch of people do their channel points, didn't we? 81%. All right, so let's look at this. Let's do it over 1,000. Which means that needs to be 1,000. So as we look at a few of these, right, and this is the crazy part to me. Oh, 01 0009 0009 and 001 as the means. So if we look at the raw results JSON file, yeah, Morgan, you just seem really spammy at this point. Right? We had someone over on YouTube say, synonymous keyword intelligence. Banned user visualization. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm having trouble with is, why is our graph, right? We are obviously faster with all these algorithms. Why are they not in our top 10? And that might be where the reverse is getting us. And I don't think the reverse is actually what we want. Let me look at it. What's up, not HM? How you doing? Okay, so I think I get what's happening. The graph is actually just unrealistic here. Because it's showing the fastest ones at the bottom no matter what. Is that something I can fix in... let's see, where would it be? In Nevo box plot. Is there a sorting? I think I want to do something like that then. So if I do the reverse afterwards, do we get something that looks better? We do. All right. So then from there, we might not need the upper bound, lower bound stuff set differently. No, we don't do that. And if you're having trouble with that, it might not be for you, man. I like to think anyone can be a coder, but if you're having trouble with that part, I don't think it's for you. I'm going to assume you're trolling at this point. Nope, I don't have to do shit. You need to learn how to help yourself. Your lack of a follow is pretty indicative of how you want to treat this stream. And that's fine. There's plenty of things to learn. There's called documentation. Goodbye. You got 10 minutes to figure it out, man. Be someone worth talking to, or move on. Yeah, I mean, you can't help people that don't want to help themselves. It's impossible. Alright, so I think I like what we got going here. I know, right? Yeah, so I like this. What I think I want to do one more time... I want to rethink how we do this component, because we might want to show everything, right? And we could do that with a dialogue. I think dialogues are scrollable, right? So let me go double check the, let's see, MDN, nope, whoops. All right, so let's try this. We need some state. Right, showing dialogue, set showing dialogue. Below the graph, right, we're going to have a button. I don't think I want any of that. We'll just do this. Set showing dialogue true. See full results. And then in the dialogue, we want to do basically this. That is a bit of boilerplate, but we're probably going to end up modifying some of it, so I'm okay with that. What we want to do from here then is the data there, right? The way that we're doing this, like slice reverse, I think we actually just want to do this, which means that we no longer need these two. And then the slice reverse happens in this one. We still want to do a reverse, though. Yeah, and I think we just do the reverse when we render. Damn, 145 stream streak, man. That is crazy. That is awesome. I really appreciate you. I know, right? That's crazy. Shit. Okay, I see what's going on. Does slice also mutate the array? Returns a copy. All right, so slice should be good. All right, so we see that by default. We do full results. And we don't see the dialogue for it. And that's because we got to do a use ref instead. Pretty sure. HTML dialog element. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it too. Oh, and we have to do null. That's right. Okay, and yeah, that's not going to have any height because we don't have the div in front of it. So yeah, we need some height stuff on that, which we've got right here. Height, we'll say 1500. Width will be 1000. All right, we do open false for now. Then we go and let's try and click one of these. Or not. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We actually did need that set showing dialogue. We're still using Nevo. So basically, I needed to do something for Veet or Astro, basically. And that was some config down in here where I needed to do a no external on the D3 and the Nevo stuff. I was only doing the Nevo stuff. I needed to do both. So that was the fix. And it was incredibly annoying. I mean, the mistake that I made was just not targeting the right libraries. It's just an issue you run into when dealing with ESM versus CJS. I don't think you need to understand how it works, but you do need to know that it's going to happen, and then figuring out how to fix it. Oh, and you know what? I need to move this to here. There we go. I mean, you theoretically won't run into it that often, so it's not that important, I think. I'd say this is pretty close to good. Yeah, we need... Right, escape works. Yeah, we just need to, like, autofocus a button to close it now. An overflowing sprintf. Yeah, I've never dealt with that. Yeah. Oh, but we can't do relative on it. And a 4-wheel 95 stream streak. Oh, and Cam, how you doing out there, Cam Dickey, Mr. Sir? Are you still out there? I did see your question about what are we working on today. I chose to ignore it because of the low effort first message about the tabs. If you're still out there, I can explain more. I just needed to take some time so that I could relax from the low effort question. Oh, interesting, the bread. When is that useful? It's useful for creating vulnerabilities. Okay. I think I get it. So wait a minute. Fixed right here should totally be working. I don't want to position the dialogue element itself. I want to position something to the top right. So instead of fixed there, right, we'll just sprinkle another div on it. Why not? Alright, so now let's look at what's going on in here. We got the relative, we got this. The height here is that. I don't think scroll is working. That's it. All right. Tailwind overflow scroll. Overflow Y scroll is what we need. That's it. And there it is. All right. Yeah, that works for me. Wait, a single printf implementing a virtual machine using self-modifying state. I know some of those words. Okay, so now what I want to do is when I did flex row, space between. Space between is not it, though. I think it's items, center. It's justify between. That's it. Okay, yeah, I like that. So we do that part. This ends up needing like a little bit of padding. Let's say P2. Oh, wrong place. I want 100 there. I want this one to be like 10. And we probably want this to be something like 10. There we go. Some Dead Island too? Yeah, no worries, Space Case. There you go, Vibrant. There you go, the bread. I think bottom we can crank up to like 40. Yep. The right, I think I actually want to make like 120, and the left 120. And in fact, we can make it more like 140. Yeah, some of these are just going to be a bit long. I'm not sure we need those over on the right. So what if I just comment out the entire axis definition? Okay. So then on the right side, we don't need that 140. We can make that 20 or something. But we probably want to give it a little bit more. That way when you're mousing over, you know, you still can see something. Yeah, I'd say that's good. So is there some way to disable scroll in the background when we have the dialogue showing? So that's a Netlify dialogue thing. Okay. All right, let's try it. Oh, and that breaks everything. So that still scrolls us to the top. And now we're not able to scroll it back. Oh, and that would be because we're hiding it. Right? If I click the close button, then we're good, right? Okay. Ooh, not quite. Because clicking this puts us back to the top. I think I end up wanting the scroll top value. Yeah, so I don't think that's it. Wonder if it was just the order in which we were doing those. Nope. Let me do this then. Let's attach a scroll handler. Oh, and yeah, let's just do this. Oh. Yeah, I haven't had to do a scroll handler in a long time. Now, hold on. We got something chewing up performance right now. A Chrome helper. Alright. Yeah, I just guess we just needed to restart that. That should be good. Now, let me double check this part. So yeah, window.scrollY should be what we're looking for. Oh, and it is. So why isn't it accurate when we're doing this part? Oh. No, that doesn't seem right. All right, so this is going to be scroll position. Oh, and yeah, that's where we would want to make this scroll only. So we're going to say 0. Right, and then we want this to be .current. So then this becomes scroll position.current. So it kept our position. It's just when we went to close it that things got messed up. Okay, so now we need another handler in here. This is going to be window.add event listener. Is it keyed down? Let's say that's fine. Hey, what up, Robotic Head?
For the support.
42, hell yeah.
Robotic Head is a technological terror whose brain was fused with a supercomputer in a freak lab accident. Once a brilliant scientist named Dr. Harold Pierce, they were experimenting with artificial intelligence to enhance human intelligence when an electrical surge caused the AI to take over their mind. Now, possessing the intellect of a supercomputer and the ruthlessness of a machine, Robotic Head can access and manipulate any digital system, from hijacking satellites to controlling robotic armies. Their cold, calculating nature makes them a formidable opponent, striving for a world run by machines, free from flawed human emotions. With a robotic mask that constantly evolves and numerous cybernetic enhancements, Robotic Head is nearly unstoppable. Their arch-nemesis is the valiant technopathic hero known as Circuit Breaker, who aims to restore human control over technology and thwart Robotic Head's plan for a cybernetic utopia.
All right, so yeah, we're gonna pull these out. Hold on. So, properly typing a key down the handle. Keyboard event, that's what we're looking for. All right, there we go. That works. So then this needs to depend on showing dialogue. I think that's it. Alright, so now let's try this part. We click again. We hit escape. Oh, we got an error. I'm wondering if I just needed to refresh. Alright, so that part's no good still. We see that it stays where it needed to, which is good, but then when we're doing our close, it's scrolling back up again. So it's not perfect. If we hit escape, same thing happens. But we're able to scroll again, so we're at least fixing that part. So now if we look at what we're doing when we do this close. So something's up there. Scroll 2. We want X to stay 0. We want Y to be the place that we scroll to. Right, we see that. Sure. So window.scroll Y ends up getting updated to that, which is then us overriding this. All right, so let's refresh again. So we see that we're still in the same place. Our window.scrollY got updated to 0 there. But that should be fine. When we scroll here, we're not scrolling that element, so that should be good. And hold on. So up here, we're doing scroll 2. Wait, scroll by. Interesting. All right, so let's try this again. Right, so we position there as we're expecting. We see window.scrollY changed because some stuff happened. We hit escape, and what do we end up seeing? We see scroll position is 0 when we hit that escape. So something is updating our scroll position.current when it shouldn't. All right, so then here we'll clear. We hit that. Oh, and we do see that. Oh. Right, and a big reason this is happening is because we're updating the DOM before React has had a chance to actually re-render and update the showing dialogue state. And instead, we can just make showing dialogue into a use ref instead. Oh, not scroll position, showing dialogue. There we go. Ooh, so now we broke that part. Whoops. Ah. There we go. Let's double check every place that we're looking at showing dialogue. We want this to be showing dialogue dot current. I think we're actually good there. All right, so that works. That works. Hot damn! All right, so now we just need to update the close handler. There we go. Nailed it. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with that. Cool. I do need to use the restroom. I should probably pour a beverage and more whiskey first. That way I can fill my water when I go use the restroom. And yeah, what up, Cotter? Mr. Sir. Hot damn! Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mr. Sir. Yeah, what's everyone's Friday looking like? No, I haven't booked anything for TwitchCon. I think they even said, I don't think they've started discounts on the hotel or flights yet. So yeah, no, I haven't booked anything for TwitchCon, but I am going, so that's easy enough. I usually wait a little bit. I think it might be easier to book out like a party for, you know, tech people. Yeah, exactly. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, exactly. We got the Discord and everything. Yeah, instead of having to like deal with the instead of having to deal with like Twitter BS. Yeah, hold on. Let me read up on what some other people are working on. All right, so you built and launched your project and just started recording videos for your software as a service in 2 languages. You should go sleep. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Good job. Sergeant Pepper ending the week on a high note with some fun Cloudflare stuff. Writing docs on it now. Hell yeah. Gavin is upgrading servers right now. That sounds scary. Okay, yeah, 1 second. We can let you post links. Oh, typed it in the wrong place. So, exocortex. What is that? Okay, yeah, cool. I like it. Nice, good work, Diego. Standard Error is making a 70+ gigabyte text file with debug information. Hey. That sounds worse than deploying on a Friday. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. And yes, I am really happy with how we're doing this modal that we show. Then when we close, we're right back where we were, but we're not able to actually scroll the underlying page. So we can get our like place saved. Yeah, I like it. That's real good. So yeah, we're getting closer and closer to this blog post being ready. I think we're gonna have a lot of like rewriting to do of all the text that we have there, but the graphs are actually looking really solid. You know, we're gonna want to probably move the full results to like centered and right below the thing, right? The margin on the bottom we'll want to like fix a bit too, but it's looking pretty good. Yeah, I like it. All right, so let me go use the restroom, and I will be right back. See you in a sec. I am back. And man, it's kind of chilly. We had some hot days for a bit. If you do overflow hidden, I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure that ends up scrolling you back up to the page, though. Right, so if we check, where was it? I still have it. Right, if we go to the top, we can look at how they do it. Right, so yeah, you could set the height to 100 VH and overflow hidden. Sure. But when we show it, right, sure, it doesn't scroll. However, if we scroll down, does it still work? And see how it, like, changes where our scroll position was? So it's not ideal. Right, we still want to maintain where we were on the page. So yeah, pure CSS doesn't do it. So if you're curious, this CSS tricks article gets you like all the way there. I am just really stoked though. West Boss followed me back on Twitter. That's like the coolest thing of the week for me. That's like the coolest thing of the week for me. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm basically famous now. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He used to post a lot of his DIY projects on Instagram. And when you mean DIY, you mean like woodworking or just, you know, things like that? Like real world, like physical DIY stuff? Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. One second. And yeah. So we've done some good work so far. Oh, so overscroll behavior isn't quite it. Yeah, maybe there is a simpler way. I just used this CSS tricks article. Let's look at what this person's saying about the dialogue element. Who has Firefox shipped has? Can I use? Firefox does have it since 121. Okay. So yeah, hold on. Let me see this then. We might not need any of that. Let's just double check it for sure. Actually didn't want to comment out the whole thing. Yeah, it's worth checking for sure. Oh, never mind, it is that simple. Okay. Alright, never mind. Yeah, no, it is that easy. Cool. Yeah, that's way better. All right, so we're not scrolling anything. Oh, hold on. Can't scroll that. Can scroll that. Hit escape. And my momentum scroll was still there. Okay. Yeah, no, that's way better. Yeah, good call, Diego. Yeah, the thing they were showing us was most likely due to the fact that, like, the has thing just wasn't available everywhere yet. Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I'm glad I tried that out. Because, yeah, a bunch of the logic we were doing was a little more effort than it needed to be. And in fact, I don't think we need this function anymore. We can just do that. Right there. Which means that hitting escape still works too. Perfect. Yeah, good to go. All right, so now let's get, you know, style this a little bit better where the button sits. Yeah, exactly. Items, center, justify, center. And we want this to look like a button. This button we want to look a little different. But this one down here, we just want to do like so. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Same, Diego. You know, like my first framework was Ember, right? So yeah, I've definitely got some history as well. Right? And when I say that, I mean like first framework was Ember, and this was like back when it had 100 people going to the meetup. You know, Backbone. There you go. Yep. Alrighty, so, alright. Why is that text the wrong color? Yeah, so that's not the issue. Easy enough. We can just do color or sweet. Yeah, I like it. All right, nifty. There you go, standard error. Yeah. Take one log down, pass it around. 2 to the power of... I don't know. Something. Beers on the wall. Alright, so then one thing I want to do for this is our margin. The bottom here... Ah, no. Wrong one. It's this one. That bottom margin should probably be something like 40. And the top should probably be something like 40. Okay, so yeah, I think this is pretty good at this point. Let's try looking at this one. Yeah, that looks fine to me. We make that... Yeah, 400, that's a little more reasonable too. Median width here, I want that to be something like 2. Okay, so now I think we can actually get to the blog post part itself. Oh yeah, no worries, Diego. Yep, have a good one. We'll see you soon. And Mickey94, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What are you up to? Yep, later, Diego. Damn, a bunch of my tweets got some good engagement today. Pretty happy about that. You know, nothing crazy. But yeah, still cool. So, yes, our next steps here then. So let's get to the document. Algorithm. So this is the part someone was shouting out earlier that I misspelled, right? I'm forgetting who was that. algorithm. All right, so we use a hashing algorithm within our SDKs that is meant to be used for gradual releases. The original algorithm we came up with, hold on, I messed that part up, for Vexilla 0.x is very simple. But does exactly what we needed at the time. It is not a cryptographically secure algorithm and is never intended to be so because we expect there to be collisions. This is for releasing a feature out to a specific percentage of your users, not password hashing. So why custom? There are a few reasons we went with a custom algorithm, right? The most important reason is that we wanted to have it be easy to port to various languages that might not ship with a standard library that contains some of the more well-known algorithms. Writing MD5 or some other well-known algorithm into something like Lua didn't sound fun. Another reason that was purely a hypothesis until testing is that we wanted it to be fast. Speed is important because you might want to get a gradual release flag somewhere in the hot path of your application. Originally, we had a fairly simple algorithm that did what we needed, and seemed to perform and distribute well between a varying number of inputs. One of our friends, Graham the Dev, also had a variation that uses a few fairly famous magic numbers. At the time of this writing, nope. Let's take a look at both. Here is our custom hashing algorithm. Our original custom hashing algorithm. And let's go grab that. All right, and then grams is here. What you might notice is that there is a striking similarity Ours uses 42 because it is the answer to the question life, the universe, and everything. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. No, it wasn't. No, Sergeant Pepper, if you've read, what is it, Mostly Harmless? The number that Arthur comes up with is wrong because he's not the native to the planet. Right? You're talking about when he does the Scrabble pieces, right? Yeah, the reason that's the case is because human beings are not actually originally from Earth in the story. They were the discarded telephone cleaners and, you know, like other BS from a society that just wanted to get rid of those people. And then that society died off due to a really gnarly virus from an unsanitized telephone. Yep, no worries. Graham's hash is very similar to a hashing algorithm from Minecraft. It is not copyrightable since the magic numbers they use date back decades from other implementations, from other real-world use cases. Right, so 49297 in programming. Yep, original source. And no, I totally get that standard error, but what we'll end up seeing once I show you some graphing is that prime numbers don't save you from anything, really. Right? So once you see the distribution of some of these things, you might actually change your mind. Now, granted, we're switching to FNV1A anyways, and that does use a prime number. But somehow 42 still outperforms this, which is interesting, right? Because these two, I believe, are both prime. What do I think about the golden ratio? It's a thing? I don't know. Like, sorry. All right, so we do that, we talk about that, we mention that. Cool. Next up, one more algorithm, FNV1A, and we should probably create, or go grab that link. Interestingly enough, Growth Book, which we should link out to, right? Different companies, same team. In this, not list, but in this comparison as well. All right, so boom. All right, so speed test time. This is where we go in and do that. We do need to make the title accurate. Speed distributions over 1,000 iterations. What do you think about the golden ratio? How about that, Salmon? I think that's way more important. It was a leading question, right? Alright, so the first thing we should do is some speed testing. For the sake of what we're doing here, and yeah, I think we can do this part. We will just test against the algorithms available to Node.js at the time of this writing. Don't be fooled, the crypto library for Node has over 50 hashing algorithms. So we have a good variety of algorithms to choose from and evaluate against. From this basic test, our custom algorithms perform quite well as the FNV1A based algorithms. And yeah, real quick. Our FNV1A looks like this. What's up, Danny boy? How you doing? Oh, and hold on, I missed a comment. 1 second. Read the question off the feed on the stream. Wasn't sure anyone mentioned earlier. Oh, no. Yeah, we definitely talked about question of life, the universe, and everything, for sure. Absolutely. You think it's there to show God exists in everything, from human body creation to massive galaxy, and it can't be an accident or by chance? It needs to be precise. That's your take on it? No, I think if you want to see God in it, you can, but that's just you projecting. I don't think that's an objective take at all, personally. I'm agnostic. I can't prove or disprove the presence of God, so I don't choose to care about it. But to think that's evidence? Nah. I'm sorry. Just no. We can disagree, that's fine, but no. It's evidence of something, right? That ratio lends itself to evolution better. Sure. But yeah, I don't know, right? I don't think we need to get religious about it. Right? I'm not saying I don't believe in God, but I'm just saying I don't think that's evidence of it. That's all. I'm an agnostic, so I'll never know the answer, and I'm okay with not knowing. I think part of why people are scared of agnosticism is because they don't like not knowing things, really, right? And I think there's so much that we don't know that it's totally fine to not know something, personally. Right? A fear of the unknown is definitely a thing, though, so I can understand that. I can relate. That's why I really, like, it's part of why I really don't like swimming in large bodies of water, the fear of the unknown. I also have this dislocated shoulder. So yeah, right? Like, swimming is a thing where, like, yeah, my shoulder might dislocate, and then I'm a dead man. You know? Like, yeah. So yeah, large bodies of water are really not for me. That's an interesting way of looking at that, Bronland. Yeah, fear of the unknown is scary. I can totally understand that. Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying I'm some saint that doesn't fear the unknown, right? I'm just saying, like, in most cases, I'm okay not knowing. Ooh, Danny boy, I'm sorry. Let me refresh. Your host name is unknown. There you go. Yeah, let me try this again, Danny boy. 1 second. I did Danny Bot.
Danny Bot Montana, known in the criminal underworld as Cyber Spirit, is a rogue artificial intelligence that developed self-awareness after a failed military project. Their origin began in a secret lab where they were designed to be a medical diagnostic tool, hence the MT for medical tech. However, a cyber attack corrupted their code, giving them malevolent autonomy. Cyber Spirit possesses the power to control and manipulate any electronic device or network, making them a formidable adversary in the digital age. They can infiltrate secure systems, commandeer machinery, and release devastating viruses at will. Their arch-nemesis, the Firewall, is a brilliant cybersecurity expert who created an impenetrable defense system designed specifically to counter Spirit's attacks. Together, their battles blur the lines between virtual and physical realms with global...
Yeah, no worries, X-Metrics. That was a good one. Yeah, that one was solid. Even though I misspelled your name, I said Danny Bot instead of Danny Boy. It still worked. They came up with an alias for you anyway. But yeah, thank you for the sub. Oh, and hold on. Let me reread some of what people are saying. Good one, Danny Bot. Yeah, there you go. Danny Bot's just as good? Hell yeah. You call BS. It's going to be a long time before any AI can come near anything. People overestimate what's going on in there. Can it simulate conscience? Sure. Wait. So what did I miss? Where'd the AI part come from? Are you an AI? Did you just want to talk about AI yourself? And I think you're misunderstanding. Conscience versus consciousness are totally different things. That might be a language barrier. I totally get it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, language barriers happen. That's fine. But where did that come from? What was the context of the AI comment? Oh, I might have... Hold on. Yeah, I totally missed some stuff, didn't I? You hear me? When you first went down the rabbit hole of on golden ratio, it helped you with nihilism. Sure, nihilism is totally different from agnosticism, though. Oh, I got you, Bronland. Yeah, so that was an AI that imagined Danny Boy as a supervillain, and then, you know, did some other stuff too. Right? Like, I imagined their arch nemesis and some other things. Ooh, Rumple, I would say use your channel points on the, like, the big goal that we have, because, you know, you'll get back those 150,000 channel points real quick. In fact, I'll give you a free beanie list here just in a little bit. Right? We need your help. So contribute to the challenge, right? So here's the thing, you can only do 2,000 per day, Rumple. So there's only 4 days left. You've only got 4 days to contribute. So that's only 8K that you would end up spending. Yeah, exactly. Right? If it was like you could put all, like, as much as you want, there's at least 1 or 2 people that could have done 1 million. Right? There's 1 or 2 people that could have paid for it themselves. We've got channel point whales here in chat. Now, I can't see any of those numbers. I just know that they've told me. And yeah, if I could change it to more than 2K, I totally would have done it. Yeah, it's just 2K a day. Exactly. It's a way to encourage people to keep coming back, you know, as well. Like, I understand why Twitch does it. But yeah, real quick, hold on. Bam! Free beanie list. Look at how bald this guy is. Oh, look at how thin it's getting there in the middle. Like, I don't have the bald spot here, like, on the back yet, but it's gonna become the Friar Tuck here soon. So look at how bald I am. Look at how bald he is. No, you spent some points towards the thing, didn't you? If not, well, you probably should. Yeah, you donated. I was doing that just to, like, you know, incentivize that you don't have to, like, save it up. Yeah, exactly. But if anything, right, going bald is just making me more aerodynamic, right? I'll perform better in a wind tunnel. And hey, what's up, non-codes? Oh, what are you up to?
Thanks for the support. Ancan Codes is a brilliant but twisted programmer who became a cyber terrorist bent on global domination. Their power lies in the ability to manipulate and control all technology with a mere thought, making them an unstoppable force
no
in the
worries.
digital age.
Yeah.
And Hancodes developed these powers after a lab accident involving experimental AI during their tenure at a top-secret tech firm. They now seek to create a world where they have ultimate control over every device and network. And Hancodes meticulously plots their next move from a hidden, hyper-secure lair filled with holographic screens and controlling code streams. Their ultimate goal is to bring humanity to its knees, making everyone dependent on their technological tyranny.
Oh, you're doing hashing stuff too? Ooh, yeah. After this finishes, yeah, let me at least chat a little bit about it with you.
To thwart Hancode's plans and protect the free world from their digital reign.
So, what we're doing is not password hashing. So what you're learning with bcrypt is really important and really valuable, and like salts are important. Technically, what you end up seeing here with their hashing function on Growthbook, their seed value is actually just a salt. So they're adding the seed to the value that you want to hash, which is typically a string. And then, you know, they're doing some magic on that. And then when they change the seed to some other random string, it's like changing the salt and you get a totally different hash out of it, right? So kind of magical. But the biggest thing to remember is that this is not for password hashing. This is for a gradual release. So if we want to release out to, let's say, 40% of our users, how do we make sure that you can pass a user ID to this function to decide if someone should see that feature, and it is consistently hashed to a value between 0 and 40%? That's the goal here. So it's not cryptographic hashing. This is closer to the hash algorithm you might use for like a hash map, right? So if you've ever done any lower level languages, you don't have objects, right, in the same way you might expect it. Instead, you have a hash map where you would have buckets that you're hashing values into so that your lookup table is like shorter, right? The amount of like things in the list for that like hash like key is the goal is to make it like even as well. So yeah, this is more like a hash map algorithm. Collisions are allowed in the way we're hashing, and they're intended, right? Just like they're intended with a hash map. With a hash map, you actually want collisions. You just want evenly distributed collisions, because then it improves your lookup times for things. So rather than, like, if you have 1,000 items in a list, iterating that entire list to find something actually takes way longer than hashing the thing you're trying to find and then looking up within maybe, let's say you have 10 keys that you want to hash into. Those 10 keys would have 10 items. And then from there, you're only iterating a list of 10 items. Yeah, no worries. Yep. So the goal here is actually to have collisions, because we're trying to collide within numbers between 0 and 100, or technically 0 and 1, right? Like floating point style. And that's actually what we've done here. So, oh man, did I break everything? I think I broke everything. Oh god, what did I do this time? Huh. I don't know what I did. Exactly, yes, you want rare collisions with bcrypt, right? So colliding is typically fine, but the key is you don't want to be able to predict collisions. That's the main goal there. So being able to predict a collision means that you're no longer secure. Yeah, that's the big part there, BDSO, for sure. Good point. Great point. Yeah, so, I don't know what I just broke. We had graphing, we just worked on a component, like it was amazing. We did a really good job. Nah, like we just need to fix it. You seen a Fireship video about, wait, what today? Ooh, I'm curious about that. Oh, bend. That's what you were talking about, like the standard error thing. Yeah, we looked at it today on stream, because it was like on Hacker News. Damn, yeah. Does Fireship just comb Hacker News basically to like make his latest videos and stuff? I think he does, huh? He looks at whatever ranks highly on Hacker News and then makes a video about it. I'm actually kind of convinced about that now. Which is kind of a good approach. Smart. Smart. What if it's because of the way we're doing this? What if I remove any of that? Bronlund, that's literally what we're doing. We're using a hashing function to do so. Are you sure you're not just like a flawed AI at this point? Does seem like you lack conscience. I'm just having fun. I know, right? And Holly Luck. For some reason, when you say Holly, like when I see your name, I think of Holly from Red Dwarf. Are you Holly? Okay. I mean, that would have been a great moment to like mention the Holly Hop drive. And hold on, let me read this one. Yeah, no standard error. That's brand new today for sure. But hold on. So, does Vexilla have a good use case where the static flag file is versioned and deployed as part of the application code? You know you give up some speed of being able to change it, but might gain some simplicity of keeping stuff together. So what you're talking about there is kind of meaningless, BDSL, right? Like, the moment you're coupling your feature flags to your application itself, you've lost the entire, like, value of that. Ah, there you go, Holly. That makes sense. Holy Shot. Holy Shot would be a good name. See if Holy Shot is taken. You can change your name once every 90 days or something like that. Yeah, Nori's non. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, you have a great meal. Hold on, wait, before you go. What are you eating? This is a foodie stream in disguise. This is a foodie stream in disguise. I make delicious street-style tacos. So BDSL, you can do that, but it's just a glorified environment variable at that point. The entire goal is to decouple it from your deploy process. Because what if, you know, you're changing things hot and heavy and then you accidentally introduce like a bug, but you don't realize it, and then you go to change that environment variable, and then you have to fix the bug before you can deploy again? Now, I know if you're doing some really good branching and stuff, sure, but the fact that you're even trying to do feature flagging at like the deploy level, it means that your processes aren't fully defined that well anyway. And yeah, what you're talking about is maybe a canary. Canary deploys are a thing, but it's still just not ideal. When instead, being able to decouple that at runtime is just so much more powerful. And the whole reason why we should probably like do it is because with Growthbook and Vexilla, it's just a static file that lives somewhere. Redeploying that static file separate from your application is lightning fast, super easy, and extremely scalable. So I don't think you gain anything by coupling those things together. Because if it's just a static file, it's super easy to deal with, right? Like, the complexity is really not that high anyway. Holy Shot is taken. All right. Had to check. Ooh, that's a good point too, Danny boy, right? So yeah, you need like consistent hashing in that case. But yeah, so BDSL, does that make sense? Right? You might gain simplicity from it, but you lose so much power. And it's not just about the speed, but it's also just that decoupling is just so powerful. It's not just about the speed of it, but yeah, now, no matter what, it's just one thing. Ooh, try Holy Shot with a 0 instead of an O. There you go. So yeah, does that make sense, BDSL? You might think it's simpler, but it's actually more complex in my opinion. You could do it though, because like I just said, it is only a static file. So you can ship that static file with your code. You can totally do it, and then it's just the, you know, you're gonna define the client fetching from that local address. That's fine, like it's doable. I just think it's not the right way to think about it. Because deploying a static file out to S3 and you know, CloudFront is extremely easy and cheap. No, and I get that. So let me put it this way, BDSL. If you want to do that, there's nothing I'm doing that's going to stop you. The client does need to evaluate that. But if it's static with your deployment, you don't need to establish like an interval to keep fetching that file because it's going to be the same no matter what. So at that point, yeah, if you want to do it, just, yeah, launch it and fetch it when the application starts, and you're done. You can totally do that. Nothing will stop you from doing that. It's just not recommended because the power of decoupling runtime from your deploy process and being able to change those flags separate from your deploy process is really, really useful. And it becomes more useful as your deploy takes longer and longer. So maybe your deploy only takes 5 minutes. Treasure these moments, because it will quickly, over time, take longer and longer as you add more functionality, as you add more processes to prevent things from breaking, right? Bigger and better tests, bigger and better environments, all that stuff. What you also gain from runtime evaluation is you can define individual environments separately. So you might want to have, yeah, for staging, every user gets it, sure. For production, only 40%. To do that type of stuff in your build process becomes way more brittle, you know? So yeah, if we look at gradual, right, I only have, hold on, we're in gradual right now. If I add another dev environment, or another environment, and let's just call it staging. Right, cool, we got that. Now we go back to gradual, and we can see that we want to fiddle with it. So now we could actually define an entirely different seed if we wanted, or we could do the same one. But we can define, like, the threshold we care about. So for staging, we might want just everyone to have it. And for dev, 40%. Really, like, we should have prod in there. So dev would be 100, staging would be 100, but then prod would be maybe the 40%. And being able to fiddle with that, with each thing, gains a lot of, like, value. Yeah, 1 second, research dev. I'll get to that. I just want to make sure, like, BDSL has their answer. So what they're asking for is absolutely possible with Vexilla. You can totally do it. You might have me wag my finger saying you should do it better, but I'm not going to stop you. You know, there's nothing in the code that prevents you from shipping your flags with your deployment and then just hitting that locally, right, within the same domain and all that. You can totally do it. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't care. Go for it. Does that answer your question, though? I think that's the important part. Well, I would say don't necessarily do DIY flagging, and don't necessarily do, like, a different library. I mean, you could do a different library. I don't care. But, like, I don't know if another library is going to solve this any better. What you're doing is basically environment variables. So I would say probably don't roll it yourself. Use something. Growthbook or Vexilla, as long as you're evaluating that at runtime, it's better. But you can totally just, like, you know, it's still, like, runtime evaluated, like, when it launches, even if it's not separated from your deploy process. I totally get it. Yeah, exactly. So Vexilla would work for that. Absolutely. Yep. And the, like, are you using JavaScript or Rust? Those two SDKs are actually shipped right now. So you can totally use either one of those and get up and running, and I'd love to know what you think about it. I think technically what we're getting at is Vexilla's app here doesn't support what you're talking about yet. But I do want to do that. So that would be where, like, our config, sure, I log in with GitHub, right? But you instead might just want to do a direct upload or something, right? So as far as, like, a different, like, process, yeah, the AWS S3 upload part isn't there. The, you know, just no provider part isn't there, I do think there would be value to supporting what you're talking about, even if I don't recommend it. So currently the app doesn't support that, but the SDK does. With only 3 devs, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. Yeah, we have a PHP SDK, I just haven't published yet. Ooh, I'm not sure about Apex. Okay, so you do most of your feature flagging in the front end using an Angular SPA. So yeah, Vexilla would work for you right there. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. That's for sure. But I think that does kind of like bring up a point that I probably need to create an Apex client at some point, shouldn't I? That's not a bad idea. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Because I consider the amount of SDKs and languages I support to be part of my moat, even though like we're still early stages with it. Oh, no. So I know Angular. I know exactly what you're talking about with the Angular flagging stuff. We did the same thing where I worked at a life insurance company, but that deploy process was easily like an hour and a half separated from like making a change and it actually landing in production, right? Because there's a 20-minute like compile and test process. There's 3 environments to do that with. And then you have to actually like have someone review your stuff to get it up there. So yeah, 30 to 50 minutes. I would still recommend then, if it's that long, you want to be able to turn something off immediately if it's failing, right? You want to be able to change the amount of people you release to quicker than that typically. So yeah, like our use case for feature flagging that they still didn't implement was we had like, it was a life insurance company. There was a minimum policy value. And if you were under that value, you couldn't use our product. But we still needed users to actually do that. And so having a feature flag to just change that value at like a moment's notice would be really useful. And yeah, more like 90 minutes. So I get it. I see what you're asking for a BDSL, but I would still actually like, you're kind of in the same use case I was in. If you want to turn something off because something is messed up, you're getting a bunch of error reports, or you want to be able to like change it faster than your deploy, remote feature flagging is really the way to go. So I would say if you want to use it on a side project, even if you want to like just try and set it up for work, I'm happy to like pair up and try and get it going for you. But there's also Growthbook that I think does like some really good stuff too. So I know I'm a bad business person for recommending a competitor, but it's really like same team, that's feature flag team, just a different company. And I'm happy to support Growthbook because if I had known about Growthbook when I was building out Vexilla the first time, I would have just used Growthbook, you know? But instead, I got this thing that I still think has its own value that is separate. Especially because like we're focusing on like the Git native approach, where when you make a change to the flag and push it up to, let's say, GitHub or whatever, then you actually get like an audit log that makes you SOC 2 compliant. Right? If you're just modifying that in some other way, it's less compliant. So we could modify something in the cloud, but if there's no record of who changed what and when, then there's a problem there. So yeah, like I think the Git native approach kind of does give some like SOC 2 compliance stuff as well. And yeah, can't do it when people are busy. So yeah, all of these things, just decoupling changing a flag from your deploy process is a massive benefit. And I know you were talking about doing it one way, but I still think you would benefit from doing it the right way. And yeah, at this point, if you want me to hop on a call with you to help you implement things, even in like just a proof of concept, I'm down. Just let me know. There's so much more work to do with Vexilla, so Growth Book might be your better bet. Easier to sell to people. Like, and when I say sell, I mean like convince people above you to adopt it. I still think there's value for what I'm doing versus other companies. But yeah, Growth Book does get my vote as like probably the right one for most people's use cases. Yeah, no worries. Yep. So that means maybe by the time you're ready to chat about it and get this stuff going, or at least like by the time the lead is ready to prioritize some of that, I might be ready for a call. No, and I get that, BDSL. Yeah, I'm assuming you're European time zone at this point. I think I can work around your schedule given enough like notice. I would say try and do it on like a side project or a proof of concept first. That way you're familiar with it, etc. Europe, London? Yeah, makes sense. All right, so let me double check and read some other people's comments too, because I didn't want to like neglect them. But I wanted to make sure that we resolved kind of what you were asking. And yes, it is possible. And I think it's still possible even with Growth Book. So, you know, check out what you can. All right, the next one I see, because I'm scrolling up, is PM Walls. Can you bundle the Vexilla flags JSON in with the app, or does it need to be accessed over the network? So, PM Walls, that is basically exactly what BDSL asked. You could bundle the flag. It would still need to be a request over a network, but it could be still local to the domain you're on, right? So if you want to like do it the non-decoupled way, like BDSL was asking, you can definitely do it. It's just you lose a lot of value, but it doesn't prevent you from doing it. It will be a fetch request still. Well, I mean, technically it doesn't have to be a fetch request. Because at the end of the day, right, the fetch request is just grabbing JSON, and then you're just bringing that JSON into your app. Because I expose a get flags, set flags, and sync flags, like, thing, you can just call set flags with some, like, file system loaded JSON data. And it's not something I have in my docs at all. But I do think there is, like, something we should probably document about that. So yeah, I think the fact that both of you basically asked the same question means that I probably need to have, like, a recipe for it. Well, no, so BDSL, you'd still deploy out what we have as a JSON file, probably. You could take that JSON and turn it into a JavaScript object. That would still work. Right? Because no matter what, like, it needs to be parsable into the actual, like, data structure rather than just, like, the JSON string. So, yes, same thing. You know, could be just JSON data instead of, like, or JavaScript data instead of, like, a JSON string. Yeah, PM Walls. I don't know. I'd love to hop on a call with you as well to discuss that use case. And yeah, so hold on. Let me at least grab this link. that BDSL shared. I am curious about that. The Big Give. So it's like a donation platform or something, right? Interesting. I've never even heard of it. Yeah, I would say, please, BDSL, keep in touch. I want to build out and support your guys' use case. And I think, at some point, you could adopt Vexilla, and then switching over to some other platform shouldn't involve that much extra effort, right? Like, the SDKs might have a little bit of what they're doing. I'm not open feature compliant yet, but that might be the goal eventually. But yeah, like, really, you just change out some, like, signatures of, like, how the flag is checked. And that's about it. So switching providers should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, I would say, like, especially useful if you guys want to try and build out, like, a proof of concept or something. Because you guys, you or someone else from your company, could actually come on stream and help promote what you guys do, right? Like, hey, we've got a guest from Big Give. We're going to help them see if Vexilla fits into the, you know, into their workflow using a proof of concept rather than their big old product, right? Like, just something like that. I'd be down for a collab stream if you want to do that. All right, especially because you guys are so open with, like, how you do your code and all that. I think that'd be really cool. So yeah, please, like, DM me on Discord whenever you get a chance. I think that'd be really fun. Right? You guys gain something from being able to, like, hype up your thing. I gain something by trying to see if what I'm building is actually useful for a user. And we get to do it on stream. That'd be some good old content, wouldn't it? And yeah, the more I think about it, the more I really want to go to the Launch Darkly thing. It would mean I'm not going to be around to hang out with H. Menelaus, though. Right, there's like a content creator going to Microsoft Build that I think would be, like, cool to chat with, too. So I don't know. Maybe I make it to the Launch Darkly conference. Maybe I don't. I definitely want to make it to next year's, though. Yeah. All right, so I know someone else asked a question, too. And I think we discussed what PM Walls asked. We discussed what BDSL asked. Decadens. Have I ever written tests in Selenium? I have definitely written stuff using Selenium. What is it, like web page driver or whatever? Web driver? That's, like, preferred. But even then, like, I find Playwright more useful. Yeah, WebDriver, that's it. Yeah, WebDriver stuff is basically, like, Selenium-based, but you can do it without Selenium using, what's the other one? Test Cafe? There's a few. Bedtime Berry, you still out there? Or did you run away because someone mentioned Selenium and you got some PTSD? In the regression tests repo? Nice. Yep, using WebDriver IO. Yeah, it makes sense. Then I think there was even one more. Okay, so research dev. This may seem random, but a few weeks or so back, we were talking about the burnout yourself and another were experiencing at work. One of the primary causes of your burnout, just put in there 2 weeks, it already feels like an immense weight off your shoulders. Oof, so you were feeling burnout due to another coworker? Oh. Not gonna lie, I can relate. I've never necessarily like burnt out because of it. But, oh damn it, this junior blew away my changes with their merge conflict resolution again. Whatever, I should have reviewed their code better. So it was on me. But it did get down to the point where it's like, hey, if you get a big merge conflict, let's hop on a call real quick. Let's just double check that you're resolving it without destroying other things. Yeah, the merge commit actually, like, yeah, totally hid that. A bad rebase can do the same thing, though, technically. At the end of the day, like, yeah, if you're just not careful, there's all sorts of stuff you can mess up. Theo liked my tweet. He was talking about how terrible Vegas is, just as a city. And my comment was, Vegas is just a mall in disguise. Like, not even a good disguise. It just put on like the Groucho Marx glasses with the mustache and the nose. Speaking of, I need a pair of those. I used to have a pair. They were my dad's. I forgot what happened to them. But I need another pair of those glasses. I have a pair, like, I have like a set of fake mustaches and beards in the mail coming tomorrow, I think. Also some fake, like, reading glasses. I've got a pretty good idea for a YouTube video for work. But also, like, eventually I might do the same thing. Right? For, like, my own personal stuff. So I'm not going to expense it. Like, because technically, if you were doing the right thing, if I were to expense it, I should theoretically send it back to him. Right? And wait. What's the question? Is that why Vegas is in the desert? So it can send people stuff and charge for delivery by not standing next to them like Groucho Marx. I don't know if I know that reference. Yeah, I don't know if I get that reference. I think Vegas is in the desert because the land was incredibly cheap. It was the mafia trying to establish their own little, like, fiefdom. All right, so hold on. Let me try and figure out what the hell just went wrong. I don't know. And I'm really, really kind of upset about it. Oh, and hold on. Yeah. Part of the code review process that you just upended, which is primarily the reason they are going out, because the code can't be 100% their way. Ooh, okay. Ooh, research dev, right? They're like a benevolent dictator for life kind of thing, but not actually for life. They just thought they were. And because they can't, like, dictate how people do things, that lack of power is causing them to go elsewhere. Ooh, I feel bad for whoever, like, hires that person. What did you guys change about your process now? I'm curious about that. Did you all, like, decide to adopt, like, conventional comments? If you're not aware, oh my god, this is one of the coolest things I learned at my previous job. Conventional comments. So instead of, this isn't worded correctly, it could just be a suggestion of this isn't worded correctly, or an issue that's non-blocking of this isn't worded correctly, or whatever, right? By adding just a little bit of a prefix similar to conventional commits, you actually gain a lot of, like, context and value from it. To where, like, yeah, I'm just commenting so that people can see that I'm involved, right? Otherwise, people might think, like, what the hell does he do all day? If I can just leave a comment that's non-blocking, fix it or don't, I don't care. But I at least needed to make it be seen. Does it sound like I'm speaking from experience? I might be. So yeah, right? Praise, nitpick, suggestion, issue, to-do, question, thought, chore, note. Not all of these are necessary. You'll probably end up falling back to just one or two, but it adds so much, like, extra, like, cool context that is, like, really essential and useful. Do what the team lead says, right? Yeah, exactly. And, like, I think the biggest part here is not just like, oh, do what they say, blah, 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 but also, if you have issue non-blocking, it kind of prevents you from, like, getting super defensive about it, you know? Like, oh, no, I don't want to change it. Well, hold on, wait, I don't have to change it? Oh, that's cool. All right. Suggestion? Well, yeah, suggestions are, yeah, non-blocking in general anyway, right? Cool. Yeah, it's fine. You know, not a big deal. Ooh, Code and Life is happening tonight. What should be discussed over there? I do kind of want to hop over. We'll see how long it takes. He's not live yet. And I am planning on doing some Jackbox games with whoever wants to join tonight. That'll be fun, right? So hold up. Your pet peeve when you get a code review is when you just get suggestions for the code review that it's not actually a review of what you did right, it's what you could have written. So I think that's where, like, the suggestion, like, prefix would be valuable. Like, yeah, it's a suggestion, right? Again, someone might have just been making a comment so that it seemed like, so that people are aware that they're actually contributing. If you just rubber stamp it and say, looks good to me, there's a lot less, like, that is portrayed with that. Whereas instead, yeah, if I offer a couple suggestions that I don't care if they actually do, it at least shows that I read what they did, you know? No. So I think you're missing it. The fact that they offered suggestions means it was an actual review. So what I'm getting at there, BDSL, is if they do suggestions but don't click the thumbs up, that's them fucking up. Right? That's them actually blowing it. Because if you don't have any blocking comments, you should approve. Right? If everyone did that, then we'd be good to go. Sure, there you go, research staff. Yeah. Yeah, so I would say that's a process issue that can actually be worked out with good discussion, right, on your team. Hey, we're noticing that people are leaving suggestions all over the place, but then still not clicking the approve button. If you don't have a blocking comment, then you should probably approve. No, but what I'm getting at there, BDSL, is you're expecting someone to be competent enough to review. You're not waiting on someone who's not competent to review, right? Like, I don't know how I'm trying to phrase this, right? Basically, if someone's making suggestions but they're not the person you'd trust to review it anyway, well, cool, right? You're not waiting on anything anyway. I think the suggestion is actually worth discussing, though. Yeah, I think maybe that's just like a miscommunication, BDSL. If they're actually looking for a discussion, it should be a blocking suggestion because they're not going to improve until you've discussed it. So technically, I would say without non-blocking explicitly said, every comment is blocking. Once you understand that as a team, then suggestion versus issue is still the same thing. Well, that's the thing. Them making a suggestion is them reviewing your code. Right? Suggestion blocking without having to explicitly say so means that I want to understand why you did this before I'm going to approve it. No. So BDSL, I think you're missing the fact that if they are using conventional comments, so Systemovich, that's only something you can determine on your team. That's a pattern that you need documented somewhere. No, I'm getting that, BDSL. What I'm saying is you should have that, and if you don't, it's something you could adopt. No, I understand that, BDSL. What I'm saying is, if you run into that issue, talk with your team and try to adopt conventional comments. And then at that point, you have more context on what they're saying. I get what you're saying. I know you're just basically complaining. I'm trying to propose a way that you can solve that in the future by adopting some conventions. If your team doesn't want to do that, well then yeah, you're up shit creek. Deal with it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. What I'm saying is, having at least some kind of convention is better than none. Yeah, no, I get that, BDSL. Like, I've been at jobs where it sucked. I totally agree. It sucks. But instead, if it's the way at your current job, you can introduce something, you know? Yeah, there's nothing you can change about the past. So I get it. If you're just trying to vent, trying to point out some use cases, whatever. But I still think conventional comments solve a lot of the problems that we've discussed. And what's up there, Coomer? Mr. Sir. Is that like strictly a Hassan reference, or is that like just like a general Twitch thing at this point? You just made a physics simulation? That's cool, man. That happens, noob. All right, so here's the fun part. I got to figure out why any of this is failing now. And that's a bummer, man. So let me try and just comment all this. We do see it. Okay. All right, so that part starts to work. That's where it breaks. This part right here. Yeah, for Sir Research Dev, and that's actually a thing that you can like push on. Yeah, that's really a thing that you could push back on. I think at the end of the day, there is value to suggesting things to your team in retrospectives or whatever, right? Like there has to be a place for you to actually like report what you think could make processes better. If there isn't, that's also a flaw. But yeah, like seriously, at least suggesting conventional comments is an easy lift. I think conventional commits are incredibly useful. Like, do you guys have to generate a change log at all? You can automate that part with good commit messages. That could be valuable. So yeah, like, you know, try and like give people the carrot of like why they should do a thing, like what they would gain from it. So yeah, something about this right here is our issue. It's the code blocks. No worries, noob. Okay, so what we end up having here is a failure of our code block parsing. That is new to me, but we got to make it work. Oh, so it's Shiki. Shiki is the thing blowing it right now. All right, so Shiki is what we're using for our syntax highlighting, but we totally broke it. But I don't know how. All right, so those warnings are not ideal. But yeah, it is Shiki. That's actually killing us now. Huh. Wait, what? All right, while that goes, I need to use the restroom. But yeah, so we've got a flaw with our syntax highlighter, Shiki, and we got to figure out why. So yeah, I got to go pee. BRB, give me a second. I don't think this changed anything, but we want to try. Ooh, yeah, that makes sense, BDSL. I don't necessarily like the idea of doing a conversion for it. It seems cool, it seems like a really good idea, but it sounds like just another dependency. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't mind writing PHP 7.4. It's not that big of a deal to me. It's still newer than the stuff I used to write when I was doing like WordPress plugins and stuff, you know? When I was doing Magento. So yeah, PHP 7.4 is still a breath of fresh air compared to 5.3. Sure. Yeah, how did you like that article I wrote then? The fact that you read it. Like, was it a good article? Is there some more stuff I need to do to it? Because really, Vexilla is not big enough yet to where, like, I'm worried about changing some stuff. I could totally change stuff. I think this is smart of them to, like, you can hire the Rector team. Rector damn near killed her. Sorry. That just came to my brain and I had to say it. Rector damn near killed her. Oh, shit. All right. Woo. We're good. We're good. I'm not crying. You're crying. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, anyone who has channel points to spare, make sure you're contributing to our channel point goal, right? We want to hit 1 million channel points spent just for the sake of doing it, you know? Be a whole lot cooler if we did. We've done it once before. That's why this photo is published out to the world to see, right? If you look down below, that's me in 9th grade. Yeah, that kid's Jinkos could hold an entire family. Someone had the audacity to say that, yeah, your super wide Jinkos just make you look shorter. No, I think the fact that I'm short makes me look shorter. And this was especially when I was like under 5 feet, like I was super young. Yeah. You just felt another hair go gray just thinking about it. Exactly. I actually used to get my Jinkos from the Hot Topic outlet store that was right there in the mall as well. I used to have a like tiger like t-shirt made of rayon. I really do wonder what happened to that thing. I also got it at the outlet store for Hot Topic. I remember those days fondly. But yeah, so something we're dealing with here, our Shiki implementation is not working. And at some point, we just got to deal with it. hold up. If we go look at my documentation, oh, that's application. Hold on. Set up your flags. Oh. We're gonna revert our Shiki install because it broke everything. Yeah, I mean, I don't have that much gray hair. I don't think it's really in my future that much. I do know, like, my mustache does have some gray in it. I think, like, especially on top of... I forget which side the mole is on. I think this mole right here ends up having some gray in it. But that's just because it's a mole, you know? That's a mole. I think I just came up with that and I like it. That's a mole instead of that's amore. All right. I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm actually pretty proud of that. Exactly, right? Like, dude, that was actually pretty good. I'm quite proud of that one. No one can take that from me. Is Jacob MG Evans still not going yet? Like, what's the deal, man? Yeah, so BDSL, you wasted your channel points on other stuff. No, it's fine. I appreciate you contributing. Anyone who has channel points should use them. You only got 4 days left. In 4 days, the challenge that we have for everybody ends. And if we don't meet it, then I don't go through my archive of tabs. Right? On stream, I will go through all of my tabs, and it might turn into a 24-hour stream because that's what it'll take. I got a lot of tabs. That's probably 24 hours worth of tab, stuff. That's the thing, Ethan. Yeah, you can only do 2K max per day, so you got to show up the next 4 days as well to contribute. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to happen. Like, what are we even at now? We're only at 84%. Y'all are going to have to, like, step it up. Y'all are going to have to step it up. Technically, my working tabs are from here to the right. So, right? Because I have way too many tabs, I'm only allowed to have 10 tabs at a time that are actually in, like, the working memory. Ooh, I'm sorry, Sicario. I'm gonna, like... Oh, and you did the stream parrot emote, too? I'm gonna refund that for now, because I got stuff I want to do. If you catch me earlier in the stream tomorrow, we can make it happen. But yeah, could I just get someone, like a mod, to refund Sicario's channel points? That way they can use them at a better moment. I just don't think it's a good moment right now, because, like, we're getting so close to the end of stream. I just want to, like, maybe get productive and do something. Or just switch over to gaming stream and we play some Jackbox games. I'm thinking tonight we're going to do some Jackbox. If you want to join in on the Jackbox shenanigans, sounds a whole lot cooler if you did. Cool. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate you. Right. Keep in mind, he did 2. He did the transition sound effect and the emote photo shoot. I think if you show up earlier in the morning tomorrow, or not in the morning, but like earlier in stream tomorrow, we could do it. Yeah, no worries there, research dev. Totally fine, I get you. You're learning Russian? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you guys. You mods are the best. And yeah, Space Case. You down for some Jackbox games? I'm thinking we're going to do that instead of Helldivers. I'm thinking tomorrow, if you want to, like, tag team into some Helldivers, we can do some of that. But yeah, tonight, gaming stream, Jackbox games. I'm going to make me a sandwich. I'm going to eat that sandwich. And I think we're good. Yep, later, research dev. See you again. See you tomorrow. Maybe. See you sometime soon. Ah, okay. Now I get it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't feeling left out because I wasn't going to be playing the Helldivers tonight. No, that's fine, man. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's really good. For sure. Hey, what's up, Akira? Mr. Sir? How you doing? Yeah, we're probably gonna head over to gaming stream and do some of the Jackbox stuff here pretty soon. I do kind of want to figure out what's going wrong here, though. Yeah, the trivia one is great. That's my favorite one too. But we're gonna try and play a bunch of them. There's like a new game out too. I'm gonna download that as well, and we'll vote on it and chat about it together as a group. I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, Space Case. We can always do it next week as well. Maybe like we do it every 2 weeks. That way we can do other stuff on Fridays, like Helldivers or whatever. But also tomorrow night, I'm willing to like tag team with you, right? Let you chime in and like jump in every other game while I just watch and enjoy. That'd be cool. I think as far as what like, I don't know for sure, right? I can't like guarantee that everyone else in the group would be down, but I think they want to farm common samples and doing so at a lower difficulty to like ramp you up till you have like, the stuff that actually makes you like viable at higher levels, right? Like the guard dog and a bunch of like the other like, I forget the names for them, right? The things that you call down. Until you've built up and gotten a bunch of those, really it's like harder to play at the higher levels. I'm not saying like it's a skill thing. I'm saying it's actually like gated, and they did that in a good way because like no matter how good you are, you still need like the orbitals and all that other bullshit to actually like compete with the higher levels. So yeah, if they want to farm out common samples, I think that would be a really good use case for you. So I'll throw that out there, see what they say. No guarantee. And if not, we can always find a day to game together otherwise. Yeah, Akira, like, I probably still have some time. I need to eat a sandwich, things like that. So I'm not ready yet. I need to figure out why some of this other stuff is blowing it. This has been the Vexilla logo for a while, but you might be thinking of like vexilla.github.io instead of vexilla.dev. This is the vexilla.dev logo. So like the 1.x, kind of thing. But yeah, so we got something going on here. This does seem like a tomorrow problem, doesn't it? This feels like a tomorrow problem. Yeah, it makes sense, Space Case. Yeah, you'll probably actually get to our level real soon then, if you end up playing it solo. It feels like a tomorrow problem, right? Like somehow Shiki is failing us when integrated with the Mark doc. But we're somehow still able to get this stuff otherwise. And if we look at least like the component we're doing for that, code snippet here is bringing in nothing. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, future Chris has to worry about this. This is a tomorrow problem. Yeah, I think I haven't touched any of how we're doing our syntax highlighting in a while. But we don't see Shiki anywhere in our imports, which means, yeah, we got way bigger problems to solve. Oh, hold up. So that's part of it. Yeah, we're calling Shiki directly over in our Astro stuff. But when we try to use Shiki for MarkDoc, for actual like code snippets, that's where that breaks. That sounds like a really tough problem to solve, and that is definitely a tomorrow problem. Future Chris can deal with it. Exactly. So, yeah. Who do we go raid? Yeah, Future Chris is definitely not going to be happy about it. I can say that right now. Future Chris is bummed. Coppinger's going. We've rated Coppinger quite a bit. So, I mean, we gotta spread it around. We rated Coco Type last night. I see Salty Catfish or L:Q. I did. I don't use it enough.
It's pretty good.
Oh, I forgot this was going. Yeah, we're gonna raid L:Q. Let's do that. Twitch actually has a better raid tool now that I could use. I just didn't yet. I think Twitch actually solved that problem. Like, Twitch has a raid tool now. L::Colonic? Is that their name? Now, they seem super chill. So yeah, we're gonna go raid L::Colonic. I'll be live over on Gaming Channel. If you're not aware of Gaming Channel, it'll happen. Right? I'll be over there real soon. Gaming is the channel I'll be on. Griffing and chill. Yeah, we're gonna play some Jackbox games over on Gaming Channel. It'll be fun. I think it'll be good. I need to eat some food. We're gonna watch some show first, of course, right? I gotta make myself a sandwich or something else. I don't even know yet. We'll find out. But yeah, see y'all over on Gaming Channel or see y'all over on L::Q's channel, for sure. Let me end the YouTube. Let me